Nordic 1840. Good day. Currently on gate 24, Boeing 737-800 MAX. Requesting IFR clearance to Mildred. Lima, Mike Lima with information echo.
1840, ground hello. Clear to destination, VIPA 1 Alpha, 01 left, initially 7 feet, squawk 1610.
Clear to the destination via the Vape Alpha 1 Alpha for 1101 left, initial climb 7000, squad 1617 or 1610, Nordic 1840.
1610, VIPA.
Okay. Oh, it's that page, do it. Not even correct. Oh, I haven't even done this yet. Packs.
Flying 101, contact ground 2160.
Ground 12160, bye.
Ah, there you go. ID number, oh, 1. There we go. That's what we want. 30. Yeah. Execute that. Reserved is 2-0. Cruising win. 2.
Redmond ground, good afternoon. This is Scandinavian 282 at Bravo 6 for gate.
Yeah. Hey Jack, I'm in the rush. I got a lot to do in the space of 5 minutes.
Ground hello. Via Juliet, stand 54.
Where is it? Let me turn that down a bit. 3-5, so minus 40. Okay, that's that done. My departure time is 25 past, and I literally just started just 10 minutes ago. Oh, I didn't even activate. Oh, you son of a! No, my departure. It's an event, and I posted departure at that time. Otherwise, I'm not going to make my booking slot. Now I forgot what I'm doing now. Oh, oops, wrong screen. put that on engine mode. Let me get the APU going. Oh, we haven't even got the fuel on board yet. Oh my god. I'm gonna go instant. There we go. Yeah, I know. You can do that, but you won't get the awards at the end of it. Where is it? Plus, I need to be airborne before dinner's ready as well, so I'm in a rush. Now the tablet's been poopy.
Ground KLM 1205 Hombler.
Get that going.
Short to
That's not
request taxi.
centered.
And
Put
gate
these guys on
79.
now while the APU's coming on. I don't even need my controls to set up properly.
KLM 1205, welcome. Juliet Romeo, stand 7
I've got no idea if my controls are even set up properly.
Left on Romeo, stand 7.
I haven't even tested it.
KLM 1206. Calculation 1205.
I might as well put these all. Should be stabilised to put the APU lead on now. Okay, initial climb is 7,000. I've got to put this back in. Oh, there's no time for that. There's no time. There we go. We'll just put this in as well. Which is it? 1610. 1610. Right, the fuel is in. The passengers are in. That is in. Right, let's get rid of that for a second because it's in my way. It's in my way. Bit bonky. That's good, that's good. Let's go to the legs page and check my legs. Nope.
Scandinavian 282, I just finished at the stand 5.
No shopping.
280, thank you for flying, good day.
Looking at knitting wool.
Have a nice evening and have a nice weekend.
I need to do now is going to here and go to performance takeoff. Right, airport code is Eggy Weggy. This is the first time flying this update aircraft as well. Select 01 left, aircraft type flaps, by real weather, correct, max, no, please. Oh, we can't calculate it. What are we missing? Oh. There you go. Towing weight. Do we have to put this in ourselves? Oh, okay. We have AC off. Select. Off. Yeah, we've got to put our towing weight in as well. There should be a button here where it just imports it. Now you click this, into it as well. Wheel weather, please. Okay, it is. Actually, let me check this for a second. Watch out for. Yeah, here we've got time. Right, so. N1. Okay. Hey. Oh, don't have to set the trim up myself. I heard it went. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 5, 1. What's the current wind? Seals you have a job. Slope. I've got 5 minutes, guys. Yeah, that's that done. We need to do our fixes yet. Gotta do our fixes yet. Lima, Mike, Lima. Need to climb 7,000 feet. Don't know
Hi,
about this,
my
don't worry
name
about that.
is Empire. I am always
Maybe,
in a
but, we
rush
want to
because
change
I
that
run
over.
one
Like
of the
next week,
biggest
I'm
drug operations in the
we
northeast.
go
Please
to
feel
our
free to place an order
cruising
at
page,
the
don't we?
washing machine company I work for.
Yeah, page actually. Go max rate. Execute. I need a blow. 8. Go back to the legs page. No, that's. There you go, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Get rid of the ground power. Oh, before we get rid of the ground power, we need to do this. There you go. So it's. Is it me or was blurry? Is it me? Donkey. Up. Zoom in.
Other one ground,
push back
this
to
is
the
KLM
right, don't we?
2720, very good day,
8, passenger signs on,
right,
put that on.
Bravo 6, and
Get out of
Victoria.
here.
KLM
Oh, it doesn't have one.
what did they say in the end? Did you want some?
Say again please, KLM 2720.
Oh, it's out of date. Oh, you
KLM
son of a beetroot.
720, you said something in the end. Did you have a preferred stand?
Stand as you wish, KLM 2720.
KLM 2720, roger. In that case, straight ahead on Juliet.
Not even
Stand 40.
rating.
Hello, Captain.
Straight ahead,
We are ready
Juliet,
for pushback.
40, calling you back at checkpoint on KLM 2720, thank you very much.
Nordic 1840, ready for push and start. Oh, delivery's online now.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Nordic 1840, contact the west ground 121605.
Over to West Ground 121605, Nordic 1840. Ground.
Get to the ground.
Locking
KLM
gear.
1205 on block. See you later for.
Nordic 1840, good evening, afternoon, wherever you are. Currently on gate 2 for ready for push and start.
Nordic 1840, west ground, good afternoon. Push and start is approach Q8 1004. Correction, 1008.
Push and start approved 1208, Nordic 1840. Not to realise that's. What I'm gonna do is go straight back. Ooh. Let's go.
Oslo
Release
ground,
parking
Charlie
brakes.
Oscar Mike and APG 1000,
Commencing
that's
push.
Elevation Center
All
stands
engines
329
clear.
with
Start at
information
will.
Echo request IFR clearance to Bergen. Delta Echo key Charlie, Oscar, and Mike, contact tower on the frequency 118.305.
Yeah, this ends in a loop, so they send me back to you. So that's why I call you again.
Roger. Well, I can sort that out for you if you want.
Okay. Going in a loopy loop. Not going to loopy loop, guys. In what way? Going to loop? I like going loopy. I think we all like to go loopy, don't we, guys? Like to go loopy. Got to sign your airport.
Clearance Bergen, hot club 5 Alpha departure, 01 left, initially
Son of
7000
a
and scope
stupid
3464.
Set parking brakes.
GSX, take off there.
Delta Control Oscar Mike, clear to Bergen, runway 01 left, departure 5 Alpha, initial climb 7,000 feet, squawk 3464.
GSX, you're fired.
Delta Oscar Mike, correct.
I got no idea what GSX is doing to me. What's that doing?
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin
No
removed.
pressure now.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Continue, and then we can go douche. AP, you can go off in 5432. AP, they can go off now. That can go to off position when we're ready. Logo, I love it to be on. That's what she said. AP, you can go off. Okay, we fix the others in a bit. How do you pump it off? That's what she said. Mate, let's taxi. Nordic 184 is ready to taxi to runway 01 left. Yeah. Golf up.
Nordic 1840, taxi via Golf and Mike, holding point 01 left.
Taxi via Golf and Mike to holding point 01 left. Nordic 1840. Go. On delay. Hey!
My mistake. Like, you can't get to Mike from Golf. So Golf and November.
Can I say? November then, Roger. 1840.
Yeah, I didn't have my reading glasses on.
Jesus, I don't even have any hardly any
One taxi via Papa request apron cargo standard 205.
Aerosocre 101, West Ground, good afternoon. Continue Papa, then November, stand 205.
Continuous taxi via Papa, November, standard 205, Aerosoc 101, thanks.
Yes, I know. I know that hasn't been set up yet. Like I said, this is what happens when you're in a rush. Check that in a second. Actually, what is it anyway? Trying to taxi and look at my screens at the same time.
Scandinavian 375 on Papa.
Oh, what's it? I need a tower frequency. 118.305.
Scandinavian 375, West ground, good afternoon. Continue taxi via Papa, then Delta. Stand 20. Papa Delta, stand 20, Scandinavian 375. Nordic 1840, contact tower 118.305.
118.305 Nordic 1840. Let's get out of here.
Have a safe flight.
Oh, I've been called downstairs now. You so.
Heading by Bravo 6 and 121.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
And a 05.
Hang on. Oh, you so.
See ya.
Yes.
Nordic 1840.
Oh, this is Red Nose 8 Juliet Tango with you. Visual approach runway 01, right?
Nordic 8 Juliet Tango. Wind is 010 degrees 10 knots. Runway 01 right. Cleared to land.
I'm back. No, it's something else.
Runway 01 right, clear to land. Red Nose 8 Juliet Tango.
Nordic 1840, good day. Coming up to holding point, CO1 left.
Nordic 1840, wind is 010 degrees 10 knots, runway 01 left, cleared for takeoff. When airborne, contact approach 120455.
Clear to take off. When airborne, contact 120455. Nordic 1840. He's ready. Oh, almost. It's not. My TCAS doesn't come on until I'm actually airborne. Put this on now. It's the other way. Okay. Disarm that as well. Yeah.
Garma Tower, good kväll, Nordic 617 on the ILS, runway 01 right, 8 miles out. Nordic 617, number 2, continue approach, wind is 010 degrees 10 knots. Continue approach, runway 01 right, Nordic 617.
Left.
I almost forgot. I forgot. I'm so used to with the PMDG, you think it's down here. But it's not, it's up here. What frequency did you say afterwards? It's 120.44. So I'm changing frequency as I'm taking off. Here. That was quick. Right. Be airborne. TCAS is come on automatically. You up. You up, baby? Shiging, shigang, shibang, shiging, shiging. Hear that? Yeah, I've still got the plane, my aircraft, and then we can do it up.
Star Walker 427 approach.
That's not me.
Go ahead, Star Walker 427. Confirm established ILS 01 on right. Airport, Star Walker 427. Contact the Garden Wind Tower 118.305, bye bye.
Contact Tower 118.305. Bye bye, Star Walker 427.
Nordic 1840, good day, pass, come up to 4,000 feet.
Nordic 1840, slow approach, good day. Radar identified, climb via SID to flight level 210.
Continuing climb to 210, Nordic 1840.
Approach Scandinavian 462, flight level 135, descending flight level 110 on Luni for Lima arrival.
Want to see some flashes?
462, Oslo approach, good day. Expect ILS Yankee approach runway 01 right.
He'll have
Distance
flashes.
5,000 feet, direct in SUV QNH 1008.
Expect ILS Yankee 01 right, descend 5,000
ATC Nosy 1840, requesting a pan-pan situation. I've shit my pants.
1008, Scandinavian
like that wiggly line.
462.
Echo Echo Lima, number twin approach via INSUV, cleared ILS Yankee approach runway 01 right, report established.
Cleared ILS Yankee, runway 01 right for Echo Echo Lima. Will call established.
Full details can be found in your flight brochure and your seat back pocket. You can also purchase a selection of hot beverages together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept all major credit and debit cards. If we can be of any further assistance, just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Can I have some? I need banter today. Like what? Back. Who knows? Who flipping knows? All I know is the seatbelt staying on.
Please establish ILS 01 right, Lufthansa 60 my Juliet.
Didn't see that.
Lima Juliet, contact Garden Wind Tower 118.305, happy landing.
Do that with the
Garden Tower, frequency 118.305, Lufthansa 60 my Juliet, danke, tschüss.
Good afternoon, Turkish 6 Romeo Bravo, radio check.
Turkish 6 Romeo Bravo, Oslo approach, radio 5, radio speed 220 knots.
Reducing to 220, Turkish 6 Romeo Bravo.
And confirm you are on Star Ezeba.
Affirm, Turkish 6 Romeo Bravo.
I'm on the Konnichiwa department.
Copy. Descent, proceed Ezeba for Lima arrival, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1008.
Descending 5,000 feet, QNH 1008, Turkish 6 Romeo Bravo.
Starwalker 427 going around.
Starwalker 427, Oslo approach, good day again. Identified. Confirm on go around.
Effort, Starwalker 427.
Roger, I can identify you, but you are not moving.
Wait, what? Not moving?
Huh.
He's...
Okay, you are moving now. Identified, turn left heading 2.
No, this is the PMDG. Of course it's I-fly.
Climb 6,000 feet.
Oh, I need to fix that camera up. Oh, no, it's fine. It's behind the thingy bob.
Climb 6.
I can do it like this.
Left heading 220.
And then get chase plane and fix that view up. That one, save position. There we go, that's better.
Established on the ILS runway 01.
Oh, the light's still on. Looks like
Echo Echo Lima, contact Garden Wind Tower 118.305, bye-bye.
Garden Wind Tower on 118.305, thank you for your service, bye-bye.
Nordic 1840, contact Polaris 134.925.
over to 134.925 for Nordic 1840. Heavy bar. Like that. Nordic 1840, good day, climbing to flight level 210.
Nordic 1840, Polaris hello, identified, climb flight level 350.
350, Nordic 1840. I don't know what... I need to look at my second comms and see if I need to disable something, because it's affecting my client. Right, where are we climbing? Nope, didn't make any difference. Where's it doing that then? Turn up, back in, back off. Nope, I did one button. Okay, have both of VH1 and VH1 on the same frequency. No, doesn't make it. Let's have to turn the volume down. That'll do. Turn the volume down. Go to turn it on.
Iberia 245, descent flight level 120.
Flight level 120, Iberia 245. Iberia 245. Iberia 245.
245, pass a message.
Yes, just to confirm, our arrival at Adopi through Lima is correct?
Correction, Adopi 3 Lima is correct for 01 right.
Okay, thanks.
Videre 1415, when ready, descent flight level 140.
When ready, descending level 140, 1415.
Polaris Control, Saudi 147, ready for push and start.
Saudi 147, push and start, approved facing east.
Push and start approved facing east, Saudi 147.
Sun 101, you are leaving my airspace, switch Unicom altitude is too late. Bye bye.
122, small 8, thank you for your service, see you next time, 101.
Worry about speed in a second. My main concern is get the 350 into rides, just sticking at 240.
Polaris Control, good evening. Iberia 09er Echo Mike, joining your airspace flight level 370 and CPDLC.
Iberia 09 Echo Mike, Polaris, hello, identified.
this page again. What's going on here? It's better.
Polaris control, Saudi 147 ready for taxi to runway 27.
Saudi 147, taxi holding point at runway 27, local QNH 1013.
Taxi to hold short runway 27 and QNH 1013, Saudi 147.
Is this supposed to be like this? Oh dear. Oh dear. Shame. Yeah, probably be on the marketplace only, so which case I will just wait. To be honest, I don't even fly the fly-by-wire A380 anyway, so I'm not that fussed. I've only flown it once or twice with the fly-by-wire A380. I'm not that fussed.
Media 1415, proceed direct Godit, Golf Oscar Delta, India Delta, and expect ILS approach runway 35.
Yep, that's another aircraft. If it's any good, that's the thing. It will be their first product since the rebrand and the fact that they, you know, they've only been working on it for about 4 years, 5 years. No one, to be honest, no one knows what that's going to be like.
You can contact approach direct on frequency 120.455. Thank you.
No, until pre-release.
Between wing approach.
Yeah, wouldn't be funny, right? They release it and it's crap, and they only been working on it for 5 years. Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
Exactly.
Approach 120.
Otherwise, their reputation will go slamming a freaking bin like faster than a pint of milk. Oh my god. Oh, that's coming down quite slowly. Pencil. Speed! Power. That's sunlight, boy.
Close control, Saudi on force ready for takeoff.
Oh yeah, I'm not fussed with the 380. 7.5, yeah, but not really that fussed with the 380.
Roger, runway
Very,
27, clear for takeoff.
very
Wind
limited
is
what flights you
260
can do,
degrees,
to be honest.
10 knots.
Unless you're doing a long haul flight, but
Clear for takeoff.
you don't really do long hauls.
Runway 27.
Not really that fussed with the 380.
Polaris Control, Delta Echo Charlie Oscar Mike, good evening.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking forward to the 828.
Kilo Oscar Mike Polaris.
I'm looking forward to the next 828 aircraft, actually.
260.
Forward to that one.
Delta Echo Charlie Oscar Mike, climbing flight level 260.
That's coming out as well. Soon. Too small for me. Misfits.
Polaris Control, good evening, sir. Iberia 953 at flight level 370, 173 miles of Pipex.
Iberia 953,
True.
hello.
Ian's the expert in that, isn't he?
Identify Iberia 953.
It's the I would say it's the limitations more than anything, to be honest.
Iberia 09 Echo Mike, descend flight level 120.
Right, 3-5
Descend
now.
flight level to 130 or 120.
Everything's going to come out at once, isn't it, to be honest? 3 aircrafts,
Polaris,
4
Iberia
aircrafts coming out at the same
Echo
time.
Mike. It's flight level 120
Oh, yeah, I
130
do like black squares. They're
Iberia
TBM.
09 Echo Mike
They're
120,
and
you can
Caravan is
expect
quite good. I own like 3 of their products.
Rebound 3
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't flown their TBM for a while. Oh,
Roger,
have you heard about the
level
sound
120
pack?
and expect ILS
Have you heard about the
runway
sound pack
1
that
right via
they
Repulse Lima. Iberia
announced
09
for
Echo Mike.
the TBM? Phoenix Neos, FS Laps A320s. Oh god, everything's coming out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our cruising altitude.
Are you naked,
This
ma'am?
aircraft is Wi-Fi equipped and your electronic devices may now be used.
There is a sound pack
Remember that cellular
that's
function
coming out for
must
the
remain
Black
on.
Squares TBM,
As a precaution against unexpected
and it's going to be
when you are
$19.
seated, please keep your seatbelt fastened. Please keep infants
Yeah,
and small
but
children
call it 14
secure in
pounds
their
then,
seats
15
if there
pounds,
is
whatever it is.
turbulence. When opening overhead compartment doors, please take care that luggage does not
Answer
fall
is
out,
definitely
as
not
it
for
may
that
have
price.
shifted during takeoff and climb.
Bargain.
Thank you.
An add-on for a payware add-on just for the sounds. It's worth it if you flying it every day, but if you're only flying it once or twice, it's pointless. But I do agree one thing. They are using the default sounds. Black squares.
1415, requesting further descent.
Blacky wacky squares are using the default TBM sounds.
Descent to altitude 4,000 feet on the QNH.
Black squares are wacky.
Let them eat.
I'll be in Unicom soon.
The QNH 1014.
Hopefully.
Descending 4,000 feet on QNH 1014.
It's the wind crossed.
0415.
It's still working on it. Well, they'll probably delay it soon enough again. Yep, I know, because they keep stopping it just to do updates on the goddamn other aircrafts. This is PMD announcement. We would like to make an announcement that we are now putting a hold on the 747 Classic. The reason why putting a hold on it, because all our development team is now working on the DC-6, or the DC-10, DC-8, and the update in all the 737 packages for 2024. Once all that's been out and completed, we will continue working on the 747. 2 months later, the whole team is now working on the 747. 3 years later, we'd like to make another announcement.
Sorry, 147,
Moxa Flight Simulator 2028 is now coming out, which means all our aircraft, they do not work in 2028, which means that we have to pay our full attention to make sure that all our products have been updated for 2028, which means there will be an upgrade fee for every single of our products. So the 747 will be put on hold for another 5 years, and it goes on. I've got an answer to that. Why don't you hire more people? But they can hire more people. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. With the high demand of our wonderful products, we are now offering 5 slots. We are hiring more people. We're going to hire up to 5 people to work with our team. Get paid £30 an hour. Dollars actually. Oh no, can't do that. No, get it right. Another announcement. Since we have to hire more people, our prices of product have gone up by 50%.
1840, you are leaving my airspace. Switch Unicom 122 to decimal 8. Bye-bye.
Unicom 1228, Nordic 1840. Have a good one, bye. Unicom, baby. Be interested what the 7 pass is going to be like, because as you know, they're Muppets. No. As you know, they part of the team used to work with Captain Sims, didn't they? Be interesting what they're like, since they've been working on it for 5 years. We are now cruising. Anyway, we'll just wait and see. I think, to be honest, Jack, I think now you get to the stage where I just take things as stride. You know, where a couple of years ago, if a particular aircraft's coming out, we all get excited and we can't wait and we get into it and all this and that. And then weeks later we start complaining about all the things gone wrong with it. Now, me personally now, I'm not that fast. I do read what's coming, I do read all these aircrafts that are coming, but I'm not in a rush to jump into it. It's like, I feel like, oh, 757's coming, oh, I've been waiting for that for 5 years. But I'm like, the excitement's not there. It's like, it comes out when it comes out. And when it does come out, I'd rather wait now for a couple of weeks, just to wait out to see what it's like, to see what the reviews are like, to make sure all the developers, the devs, get rid of all the bugs, and then if it's any good after a couple of weeks, I get it there and then. If not, I forget about it. Yes, I know, and I've noticed how much AI is now involved in flight simulators. Have you noticed lately of a lot of stuff on FlightSim.ca when it comes to programs, of how many programs and softwares are out there that are pretty much very, very similar kind of layouts and designs? Just think, cool, that's an amazing idea for software. That's amazing. But I'm like, you can tell it's got AI in it. AI kind of like helped to make it. Yeah, I'm the same. I just fly what I fancy flying. I don't really worry about this and that. To be honest, ever since I've been doing the Misfits lately, I've been doing less commercial-based flying. And my dinner's here. I shall be back. Okay. Right. Waity. Waity. Wait, left, right. Right. Sweet. Oh, Neville's in the house. What's up, mofo? Hang on, my microphone on. Yeah, I'll have to double check. Hang on, let me double check. Just to see if this works. Yeah, it definitely works. Oh yeah, I need to update my GSX as well. Yeah, my GSX needs updating. I'll do that afterwards. Oh, we're a bit off point. I keep getting interrupted. Where was we? Is this the A play? Maybe. Maybe. Can't you tell? Getting dark. Darky walkie. Just bought GS6. I thought you already. I thought you always had it. To be honest, get to the stage where you think everyone's got it. In fact, you don't. I mean, I'm so used to having GS6 for the last 10 years. It's a must-have add-on. But welcome to the GS6 world of chicken. Chicken. Uh-oh. Where's the invoice? Ew. Oh yeah, but GS6 back in the days completely changed. Look, I'm outdated, man. I need to update it. Well, back in the day, you didn't have the invoices. Reminds me I need to clear the cache for this. Look how much. In Corona. It's like over 1,000 quid. Shocking. So you've got the iFly then, you got this. Yeah. You've got a lot of catching up. You've got a lot of add-ons to get yet. A list of add-ons. You've got GSX, you need to get Flow Pro. You need to get this. And then you've got this to get as well. If that's realistic to get, even though mine's off at the moment. That's not really needed, but it's optional. Hang on, I need to sneeze. Oh, Jesus, I hit the wrong button. Oh. To be honest, there are programs that, how can I put it, not really needed. But it's nice to have Flow Pro. It gets rid of the toolbar at the top. And it replaces with this. You can have as many widgets as you want. Amazing. So right now I've got GSX here. GFX, weather, portal, position, time, chase planes here as well, Otter, which means you can search basically the World Wide Web with this, the EFB tablet thing. That is an add-on called the Shift Z, which you know what that means back in the day. I mean that in itself is an add-on. So you know what that does. That's a cheating option to give me more extra fuel. And then I've got folders. All the doors! Doors. Weather and time. Info text. And then next page. Basic controls, pause. ATC stuff like Unicom. Calculator. Equals. Hang on. Equals. Oh, there you go. A calculator. Ooh. What to do it with the engine? Go. And there you got Wikipedia. Let's call it no we hang on. Oh come on, Wikipedia doesn't have anything for A2A. You know, type in bass. Really? Comes up with that kind of style bass? Really? Really? Double decker. Honky bonky. Oh, Dan's in the house. I mean, and then you've got all this here, quick views, but this won't work because of the chase plane. It won't work anymore because of chase plane. Oh, and now I've got that stuck. Right, let's go back to the home page, please. There we go. There's a key command that keeps turning that on all the time. Is it? Let's zoom in, out, in. Nope, that's not it. Heading. Winterson. What's up, my man? Winter. Right now you've got crosswind 86.9. He said. That sun is bright. Gets brighter when you zoom in. It's a fireball. I can play that song if you want me to. It's a fireball. Ba 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 ba. Forget it. I found a bug with this aircraft. Yeah. What the hell is this, guys? This is the iFlight, and look how terrible this is. I mean, what is going on with this? I mean, how can you fly like this? Look at that. It's terrible. iFly really needs to fix that problem. It looks ugly. Ugly, man. Oh, I suppose it does, but how can you take pictures when it looks like this? It looks horrible. Parking at a gate, right? Yeah. What does underneath look like? I know that, but don't tell them that. Like, yeah, like this is fine, yeah, absolutely. But if you're moving your cameras around like this inside, right? For example, this view, yeah, hang on, where's it? This view, you see it. You see it all pooped. So the only way to not to see it, you have to go inside. But then you've got this stupid thing in the way. I mean, you don't get it in any other aircrafts. Oh, big spot's gone. There we go. Oop. Yeah, I'll park there, sir. That will disappear soon after 5 minutes. Oh, I think I've got let me check something. Hey, we've got ATC ahead of us. Whoop whoop. Only for about 20 minutes and that's it. Well, if he stays online. Wait and see. Wayne ATC 131.775. Actually, they've got no traffic in their radar space. You know what? Let's see what this airport's like. That's the sun deploying into space. Alabadibadoo. Oh, hang on. What's up, mofo? What's up, mofo?
Fucking toffees.
Yeah? Hang on. There you go. So, did they win or lose?
2-1, 2-0.
2-0. That was a good start to the season then. Good start to the season.
Just play this all through your stream, mate. Just play this right through your stream. Right this goddamn second. Please. Just stop playing this, mate. There you go. Make it nice and loud so people can't hear it.
Played that 24/7. I'm gonna get sick and tired of listening every 50,000 times. I'm not even. I don't even have the music on anyway. I can't even hear it myself, to be honest.
This one.
Yeah, I've got that on my favourite list, anyway. War Dogs. What the hell is this game? War Dogs. Huh?
Good. And this one, mate. Phone with you?
Hey?
You got your phone?
Yeah. It's in my hand. Notifications. Actually, what? Wait, what? Where's all the people? Oh, now it's packed. Even spraying the field? Just need to keep up with it, don't they?
But I guess that's why they call us the Blues. Up the fucking trophies. 3 points in the bag, 3 points in the bag, big 3 points in the bag. Big 3 points in the bag. 3 points, in the bag. First game on the of the season.
3 points
3
ahead.
Points in the bag. 3 points in the bag. First game of the season, 3 points in the bag.
Next match, next round, another 3 points, hopefully.
Hopefully, mate. Hopefully. Right, let's get this plane in the sky. Let's go down to...
Be off to?
Malta.
Oh, same as me. You got the scenery then?
Yes.
In the build, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I just put it in there and that's it. I haven't even checked we've got GSX bar for it, but to be honest, I'm not that fast.
That's me, yeah. Oh, no, cancel. We're in the UK, so it's in kilograms, not pounds, you stupid thing.
I'm not yawning.
You are, I've just heard you. Stop it. You're not tired, you haven't done nothing all day.
Yes, I have.
Like what? Flying?
I wish.
What have you been doing then?
Alt, out all down my feet. Only someone had a nice cup of coffee and cake. Yeah.
Oh, you had a nice cup of coffee and cake, did you, yeah?
Yeah.
Look at you. Look at you. Cup of coffee and cake.
Yeah, cup of coffee, cup of cake. Cup of cake, what the hell? Have you heard the bad news today on the news?
Oh.
About the a car crash that killed 7 people.
Oh yeah, I heard about that, mate.
Yeah, well guess what?
What?
It's only down the road from me.
Is it?
Yeah, A66. I use that road all the time.
Guess what? What idiots go down the motorway the wrong side of the road?
Yeah, I know, at 4:30 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning.
It's what happens, mate, when you drive on the wrong side of the motorway, so I'm sorry, but
yeah.
It is what it is, isn't it?
It sure is. So the van had 5 people in it, and then the police car had another 2 in it.
All 7 died, didn't they?
Yeah, in both vehicles.
But you drive down the motorway on the wrong side of the road, you're inevitably gonna either kill yourself.
Obviously
or
they
kill
were
somebody else.
speeding. Obviously, it's a 50 mile an hour road anyway. Obviously
Was the police car responding though?
it wasn't a chase. So it wasn't a chase.
Well, let's buy the new cheating over this much. Yeah, it was a good game, that, mate, today. It was a good game. It was a good game, pal. A good game. Tottenham are struggling now, aren't they? They're getting beat here by Brentford. 3-0. Mr. T will be amused.
Yep.
Crazy. What have I just...
Was he on early on?
He sure was, mate, yeah.
Yeah, flying. I don't...
Yeah, he was flying the max. I don't know where he was flying to, like, but he was flying the max.
Did he end up landing?
I don't know, because I had to go and I left because I had a football match I had to go and attend.
Absolutely. Got to get those 3 points down in.
I've got to show my support, mate, to the cause, haven't I?
Mr. T, lately, Mr. T hasn't had any good luck with flying, hasn't he? He's always having issues with it. Either his flight sims not behaving well, or he's end up crashing.
Mate, I don't know. when you've been away from me for a while, mate, you're gonna run into issues.
Oh yeah, obviously.
You're not just gonna come back naturally to you. You know, it's different for me and you, mate. We're fucking constantly on a thing. He doesn't get a break on our PC.
He likes to want a break from us at times.
What's way up to? Is he flying himself?
Don't know. Might be spending time with his kids. I mean, they go back. Is it 1st of September they go back?
Who?
Kids, school kids.
Don't know, mate. Everton, Everton, we're forever. You should know these songs by now, mate. You've been with me too long. You buying the shirt? You should go on our website and buy the shirt, you know.
Yeah?
Are you buying the shirt?
Maybe.
Everton's New Jersey?
Maybe.
I want to see you wearing it on stream, mate. Need to see that royal blue jersey. Yeah. Oh God. I'm gonna buy it, mate. 2645046. Departure number 23 right on Sandbed 1 Romeo. Arrival into Malta is going to be on the ILS runway 31. We are taking the what? ILS runway 31. What's the transition we're taking?
Oh. Right. Nordic 1840, good day, flight level 350.
Yes, that's Nordic.
Nordic 1840, Wien, radar service identified. Proceed direct Arnos.
Direct to Arnos, Nordic 1840.
Yes, that crash is just round the corner from you then, mate, yeah?
Yep, it sure was. So when I heard the news about it, it was pretty, you know...
Local.
Yeah. And what's worse, they closed the whole entire road off for the whole day. So that this is a major road, so they closed it all off. So the heavy traffic has to end up get diverted.
Oh, diversions, mate.
Yeah,
oh my god, welcome to my world.
And then
with diversions.
I know, right? And you got people complaining about this and that, and I'm like, people lost their lives, and you complain about a diversion. I mean, roadworks, obviously, yeah, but I mean, to be honest, I feel it's a shame for the police officers. It's a shame for the families of the police officers. They're doing their job, right? They're going down the motorway, and all of a sudden, they leave their home to never to be returned back again. Because idiots in a flipping car decided to drive in the wrong side of the road, put their foot down, and obviously they're probably on, you know, the booze. Because it's late Friday morning, late Saturday morning. Who knows?
Yeah, it is bad life, mate. It is nasty for them, for people.
Because those officers, right, they were only in their, I think, in their 30s as well. They weren't, they're pretty much youngsters. They haven't been on the force that long, probably about 5 to 10 years max.
Yeah, it's bad for them, like, and it's bad for their families.
Yeah. But it's part of their job.
Good evening, this is Ryanair 1988 Black Stand 53 with a Boeing 737 MAX 8 requesting IFR clearance down to Malta with information. Oh, God, sorry, mate.
Oh
my God.
Information, you get what?
Charlie on board.
Hmm.
566. Samba 1 Romeo departure for Ryanair 1988 squawk 5664. Tottenham, man. Oh, mate. Nice to get on, Samjet 198, Ryanair 1988, stand 53, ready for push and start. Eastern Golf, mate, Ryanair 1988. How can I put this picture as my wallpaper on my PC?
But once you download...
How could I do that then?
Once you download the picture, yeah?
It's on my phone now.
Oh, well, you need to put it on your PC first.
How?
Is it on WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Yeah, then you can just download WhatsApp onto your PC. And then link it up, connect it, and then you can download the picture. Unless you can email it yourself. Yeah, there's many ways.
Yeah, I'll have to download WhatsApp on my PC.
You could do to send a picture to me and then I can send it to you through Discord and then you can download it off Discord.
I have done, I've sent you it on WhatsApp.
Let me open it up. I got it on my tablet here. Right. Oh, Jack's in the hills. There she is. So then
Spurs get battered everywhere they go. Spurs get battered everywhere they go. Everywhere they go. Say achoo. Up the bees.
And send it to you by Discord. There you go, you got that?
Yeah, man.
And then you can download it and then right click on the image and it will say set wallpaper, set to wallpaper.
Yeah, that's good. That's a boss wallpaper, that, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
It needs to be a bit more. It's a bit distorted, though, isn't it?
Well, can't really do much about it, to be honest. Because if you start once you start editing it, it's just going to make it all pooped and worse and pixelated. So probably the only way to deal with it is to put it on the screen, but have black sided things. Make it the same size, but on your desktop you're going to have black strips on either side, which probably just makes it worse. Spears get battered everywhere they go. Spears get battered everywhere they go. Everywhere they go, up the bees.
Jack, you know what? Talking about that, mate. Yeah, do you know what's really, like, kind of shocked me today? It really shocked me.
Map it.
West Ham's result. West Ham getting beat 2-1 by Challen.
Yep.
I might just stick around, just to let you know, mate, GSX just back, please. Complete wrong way here for Ryanair 190.
That sounds normal for GSX.
Well, Ryanair 190 is not ready for taxi, mate. We're facing the west, mate, on Golf 2.
It's GSX, Jack, come on. Isn't it, Dan? It's GSX.
Roger that, mate. Taxi to runway 23 right via Golf Juliet. Ryanair 190.
There it is.
What's up?
Oh, it's GSX that's doing it. Jack says it's not GSX, it's the user. Oh my god. It's definitely GSX that caused you to point in the wrong direction, wasn't it? Yeah, Dan. Unless it was the user. We are professional pilots. We do things back to front. That's GSX. Wish some freaking screen's got full of finger marks on it.
Wish it away. Don't look at it like it's forever.
It's updating too. Right, in another X amount I'll be switching over to Unicom.
Just do this for late, mate. Thank you for your understanding. Ryanair 190. Bye bye.
What the? I'll show you the proper beers.
beers. You're not drinking beer, are you then?
No, Jack is.
Yeah, so am I. So am I, I'm on the beers, mate.
Good.
Jack's on holiday though, Jack's in friggin' Lanzarote.
Yeah, he is. He's got another 9 days left, I think. Is it? 9 days? I lost count. That's guessing.
Oh.
I think it's 9 days. 7 days, I don't know. 9 days.
And he said
it is 9 days.
Case for me to, he said to me that there was room in his case for me to get in.
Really?
And, you know, he said there was plenty of reason. I've got a nice big space in my case, Dan. You'll fit in there, mate.
With all the with the strip girls.
He fucking went without me.
I know, it's terrible. He'd rather take strip girls with him. With his 9 wives and 16 girlfriends.
Everyone is invited. Right, let's look at the fucking flights. I wish, mate. I only wish I own a 9-bed house. What, in fucking Lanzarote, Jack? So, you know, when we having a boys' weekend there, lad?
Yeah, he owns a 9-bedroom house in Lanzarote, and then he owns another 2 more houses at his farm. When he
Start calling him fucking Clarkson.
Clarkson? Well, he's got a Lamborghini in his backyard somewhere. Talking about Clarkson, I wonder how he's coping this year at his farm. Oh God.
Yeah, I'd love a villa, mate. I would love a villa.
Austin Villa.
I'd love my own villa, mate. But yeah, I'd never be away from the place. If I had a villa in somewhere where it was fucking hot, oh mate, I'd be there all the time. You can only have 90 days now, can't you?
Yeah.
You're only allowed to be in like Spain and anywhere like that for 90 days.
Unless you're a millionaire who keeps the you know, the blah 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 happy. But
do you know what, Jack? I'm thinking about it, mate. You know, I'm thinking about it. I'm tempted to come down. The only thing is, whether there's football that weekend, mate. If there's a game at the game, if there's a match on, mate, then obviously the match is going to come before FS Expo. But I am tempted today.
Nordic 1840, monitoring come on to do the simulation.
Unic 1 to 2 decimal 8. Nordic 1840.
You going out for a bevy after it though, Jack? You going out like the Saturday night after it? Into the town for a few beers and that?
Ian only lives 10 minutes down the road.
If the chat is go for an go to the expo and then go and have a scran and a few beers and that, mate, then why the hell not? You know what I mean? As long as I can get my car parked up in a friggin' travel lodge and just left, and then I haven't got to worry about that till the Sunday morning, because I'll have to book a travel lodge or something like that. I just want to try and find a travel lodge that's not far away from the venue, you know what I mean? I'm not spending all day there, so we could go out early afternoon for a few. I'm talking about night, lad. Fucking, no, hope your missus can't hear this from Fanny about.
Only there for a day.
There's some Bristol birds, you know. Somewhere where there's plenty of pussy. You should come, mate, you know. I swear to God, you should just come to it. It's in the same country, mate. You need to just have a word. You need to just say, look, there's a flight sim event. You know how much I'm bang into it. It's in this country. It's only going to be one night. I'm going to go to Saturday. I'm going to come back on a Sunday. Can I go? They shouldn't be saying to you, no, you can't go. You should just be able to just go, mate. You shouldn't have to you shouldn't even have to ask whether you can go. You should just be able to just say, I'm going, and that's it, like I did when I come to Amsterdam. And then when I mentioned it, it was like, you're going, aren't you? I'm like, yeah, I booked it. I'm going to Utrecht next year. On my own. Tommy's not going, I'm going on my own, mate. I was trying to speak to Ian last night about where this hotel was, wasn't it?
Did he answer?
He didn't answer me, no, but I think he was too busy talking. He was too busy with something, but I'm going to Utrecht next year, mate. I'm going back to the dam to go to the
It's a
first
different
weekend.
location.
Yeah, I'm going, mate. Why not? Manchester traffic, Ryanair 1988, land up runway 23 right.
Were you taking off again?
Manchester, mate. Coming down to Malta.
Oh yeah, classic Manchester.
Hello, mate, this is my airport, mate.
Oh yeah. I haven't been out of Manchester for a while, to be honest. The last couple of weeks.
Have you built Manchester?
Yes. The last couple of weeks, don't know who to blame. We've been doing a lot of GA flying, haven't we? Especially the one the Misfits.
Manchester traffic, Ryanair 1988, taken off runway 23 right.
I believe not, Jack. No. Ian, no.
Ian went. Me and Tommy got off. We went back to Amsterdam.
I believe you only met Ian for about 10 minutes or 20 minutes, wasn't it?
No, we met Ian for a while. We took the train with Ian to Lillestad.
Yeah.
Me and Tommy went back to the hotel, dumped all our shit in the friggin' he put his stuff in his room, I put my stuff in my room, and then we got the train back into Amsterdam, mate, because we booked to go to the ice bar.
Yep.
And what a mistake!
Sure
well, it wasn't a mistake. Like it was absolutely brilliant, mate. The ice bar was boss, but I made a crucial mistake, mate. I made a massive mistake. I had drank a few bevies in that ice bar and then decided that it'd be alright to go and buy a spliff, which I did. I went I found a little shop that was selling cannabis, and I bought a spliff, mate, and I had about three tokes of it, and because I haven't smoked it in that long and I'd had a few fucking drinks, I hit a whitey, didn't I? Ended up fucking didn't know where the fuck I was or whatever. Nah, I didn't get a brass, mate, no. I was fucked, Jack. I was cream crackered, mate. I mean, absolutely fucked. Come out that ice bar, walk down the road, because we were going to the red light district, and I just stopped and happened to find a shop that was selling spliffs. Went in, bought a spliff, bought a lighter, come outside, lit it up, had about 3 pulls, put it on the floor, stood on it, and was like, I can't smoke that, but that just wiped the floor with me. I was fucked after that. And then we ended up going for a walk around fucking the red light district, seeing all the birds and windows and that. But that joint, mate, I should never have had it. I should have had it before I started drinking. If I was going to have one, I should have smoked it before I started having a bevy. Because when you have a bevy and you have a spliff, mate, they don't mix. You're better off doing it before than after. Yeah, mate, that's what I'm going to do this time, defo, Jack. When I go to the Tingio, the one in Utrecht, mate, 100%, mate. 100%. Just fucked me up. Proper fucked me up, mate. But you're in Amsterdam, you've got to have one. Tommy was like to me, "No, don't be doing that, don't be doing that. You think of your job or not? Fuck the job."
He's more sensible lad then.
Fucking Amsterdam, mate, I'm having a drink.
Did he mention about his wedding?
I haven't spoke to him, mate, since he's been married. I've sent him a message and that, like, and he sent me a message back, but we haven't had like a fully blown conversation since he's got married.
Yeah.
You might have things, you might be doing things, mate, or
yeah, because they're honeymoon.
Things out,
Have they planned their honeymoon yet?
No, he's not going on a honeymoon. Not going away.
Apart from the American trip.
I think even that's not till next year, mate. But he's not. I don't think he's on a honeymoon or like that.
Going to America the same time when they got the expo, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why I'm going on my own, kid. Hence the reason why I'll be going on my own. But it's only like a fucking 50-minute book your flight from Manny Airport. Book the car in the car park. Park the car up. Walk into the terminal. Go straight through to security because you would have checked in online.
Then outside the ice bar.
Get a beer, get a sandwich, chill out, wait for your plane to get called. Go to your gate, get on the plane, get off the plane, come out the airport and the fucking train station right there.
Never know, you might get the same aircraft he was on before.
What I might do when I go, if I go to Utrecht, mate, I might fucking rent a car from the airport and just drive to Utrecht.
Right.
Drive from Utrecht back to the airport.
Let's look at the deals.
Then I've got something called a right fist jack. If he come on to me, if that happened to me, mate, someone would be kissing these 5 knuckles on this fucking right fist. Each to their own, lad, I say. But when it comes to that kind of stuff, mate, you come near me with any of that kind of crap, you're going on your arse, mate.
And as for Two-Tone Murphy, he gets a handshake.
If I'm honest with you though, Jack, right? If I'm honest with you, mate, it was only Two-Tone Murphy that at the time, for me and Tommy, he was the only one who stopped and had the chat to us. We did see Kenko, we did see Chewy, we did see London Controller, but out of all of them, mate, it was only Murphy who actually stopped and had a conversation with us. Kenko flew past. Hello, bye-bye, gone. That was Kenko. London Controller had an entourage around him. Chewy was just with his friggin' Microsoft crap on. But it was only Murphy who actually stopped and shook our hand and had a fully blown conversation with us. And to be honest with you, mate, Two-Tone was busy as well. He had shit to do, but he was the only one who had the time to stop and have a conversation with us.
And Durga's another bloke to meet. Good bloke.
So, Two-Tone was the only one, mate. The only person that took the time to have a conversation with us. The rest of them were just in a rush. Kenko was like, hello, bye-bye.
It does sum them up pretty much, yeah. Sure does.
Whether Kenko had something planned, I don't know. Whether
Mate, was he live streaming at the time?
Thanks for the follow.
Yeah.
He was live streaming, but whether he had somewhere he had to be at a certain time, because there was set times for certain things going on. Like they had full setups, like where you were actually sitting behind a fucking cockpit. You know what I mean? You had,
yeah.
The whole cockpit, like a mod of a cockpit, and you were sat at the controls and all that kind of stuff. You had to book to go and have a go at that. Now whether he had a booking with one of them or whatever, I don't know, but Kenko was just hello, bye bye. Ian's Sam, mate. Ian's fucking proper sound, mate. As I say, when we landed in Amsterdam, we landed, went through, found out that there was a shuttle that took us to our hotel. So we got on the shuttle bus, went to the hotel, checked in. I could check into my room. My room was ready, but Tommy's wasn't. So it was a bit of a fucking commotion with that kind of stuff. Anyway, I just said, listen, if your room's not ready, throw all your shit in my room, and then when we come back later on, your room will be ready. Come to my room, take your shit and go to your room. Fuck all of this fucking piss balling about here. So we went to my room, I phoned Ian, said, where are you, mate? We're at the hotel now, and he said, I've just landed, I'm going through security. So we said, okay, we'll meet you in the airport. We flew back to the airport, mate, had a bite to eat. Ian come through. While we were finishing our scan, he went and got a coffee, and then we went to the train station, mate, and then got the train from Amsterdam to Lelystad. And it was the three of us, and it was sound, mate. And then obviously when we went to the expo, he went one way, we went our own different way, and then when we were getting off, we met back up with him again. But yeah, it was cool, man. It was cool. There's people there that Ian knows that we don't, you know what I mean? Like, he's kind of friendly with Alison, and other streamers, like, we're not friendly with, not that we're saying we don't watch them, or we're not as friendly with them, you know what I mean? We're...
Ian, I suppose, the difference with us and Ian's always constant talking to them and active with all the other people, and he's been with them for a very long time, where we don't really interact with them, to be honest.
Not just that though, if Ian's been to that expo or that FS weekend there on numerous occasions.
Oh yeah, more than once.
Then he knows what it's like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He knows what it's like in there.
He's been so many times. Yeah,
we didn't have a clue, so we were like new to it.
Ian's gone.
Black boxes, mate.
He's American, isn't he? So I doubt he will be there, unless he went to the main one in Las Vegas. But he's tall and skinny and with a grey
Hang on a
beard.
minute before we go any further,
German.
yeah. How the fucking hell is Adam getting on?
Who?
Adam?
Oh, Adam.
I haven't heard a fucking whisper from him for months.
I only know things about Adam based on what he does on his YouTube channel and occasionally what he posts on Discord. But all I can say about Adam lately is he's not doing a lot of flying anymore. He's doing a lot of
Adam from fucking ages, man.
Yeah, same here. Same here. What about you, Jack? When was the last time you've spoken to Adam?
Yeah, he's involved in movies now.
Yeah, he does. He does a lot of DVD and movie reviews, and he still does his book reading every Sunday. But other than that, he doesn't do any flying anymore. He does content about flying. Don't see any of that anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, to be honest, Adam don't speak to us. I mean, I know, you know, Ian and Adam had a fallout, but other than that, they don't really speak.
I've seen, don't get me wrong, I've seen Adam lurking in Ian's channel, like, when you click on the side there where it's got names.
Oh yeah, viewers, yeah.
I've seen his name there, like, and I've been like, oh, he's here, he's watching.
Lurking, yeah.
Your flight sim has changed, Jack, it has.
Another thing is about Adam. I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. Adam is one of the regional flight simmers from the very early days. He's been doing it for a very long time. He's probably been doing it as long as Ian has been doing it for. He's been doing it for a lot longer than I've been doing it for. And so I suppose if you've been doing it for 20 odd years, it probably gets to the point that where you want to move on from that, you know, to do something different. I mean, would you keep on flying down for the next 30, 40 years doing the same thing? Or you might find a hobby that you find interesting doing instead?
I've got hobbies, mate, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I've got fishing, going to match, doing this, what I flight sim, playing different games on the PC and PlayStation and stuff like that. So I wouldn't say I'd stop doing it. I might like
slow
cut
down. Yeah, cut down, slow down. Yeah.
I wouldn't stop. You know, God forbid, if put it this way, if things were different and I was with a girl, then obviously, yeah, it would get fucking proper knocked on the head. But I'd still find time to have a blast of it, you know, stuff like that. Like, there'd be times when I'm in work, she's off, and times when she's in work and I'm off, and, you know, if I'm sitting here on my fucking own and she's at work, then what else have I got to do?
Yeah.
Or I'm going out with my mates tonight, so I'm with my mates here, you know what I mean? On the computer with you guys. So, yeah, I wouldn't say I'd stop.
Only time when flight sim will probably be a stop is we got no choice. Like, all the flight sims don't work and our PC explodes.
That'd never happen, though, mate, would it? Because let's just face it, I mean, we'd always buy another PC, wouldn't we? You know, our PCs aren't going to last for fucking ever. We know that.
Nothing lasts long nowadays.
Exactly. So. But
Be
yeah,
a flight sim on a Friday is the best.
Yeah, being a flight sim on a Friday, yeah, it's cool, mate. It is.
Especially with the misfits now.
It's cool, man. But as I say, you know, it's different. Like when you've got partners and you've got kids and you've got a girlfriend and you've got commitments. It's different then, you know.
That comes first.
Of course it does, mate. Of course it does. Family over fucking flight sim any day of the week. But yeah, I wouldn't say no. I'll never do it ever again because
flight sim is always going to be there, but obviously, if a new game comes out like GTA 6, then that will take more priority, and flying will just be a cut down version.
Hey, when GTA 6 comes out, mate, I'm fucking on the mission list.
There it is. Now,
I'm on a mission list.
If I have
I'll
a
be
flight,
in Discord talking to you guys, mate, but I'm fucking.
There it is, Neville. His flight sim comes first with his kids.
Not if I have a flight, my kid comes second always. I went to the match today, yeah, and my mate took his daughter.
Oh yeah, that must be nice.
First ever game, the first ever football match she's ever been to. She's been to the stadium before, but she's never been to a game where it's been like as high profile as it was today, a Premier League game. It was her first ever one.
Yeah.
He sent me a message at half time saying, "I've got to go, mate." I was like, "What?" He said, "I've got to go." In the warm up, the ball has come into the crowd and it's hit the little one in the belly. Oh. She's in floods of tears and shit herself big time, so she wants to go home.
Youchie.
I just said, "Oh mate, I hope she's alright. Don't worry about it."
Oh my god, that's a bit of coincidence.
Yeah, the fucking ball hit her right in the stomach, mate.
Youchie,
apparently she just burst out crying.
Well, that's definitely her first experience. God.
Yeah, she won't want to go again now. Matty'd be fucking made up.
Oh.
My mate would be made up, mate. He'd be like, "Thank fuck for that." Yeah, it's sad.
Yes.
My first ever holiday was to Malta with Mike. No, it wasn't. So I'm lying there. My first ever holiday with my ex was to Portugal. And then we went to... Did we go to Malta after that? I think we did, yeah. Malta, then we went to Cyprus, then we went to Rhodes.
Nice. Ooh.
I don't think you've got any new videos out.
Who?
Noel Phillips.
Yeah. I don't really watch him.
Don't you watch Noel Phillips then?
I've seen his channel.
Oh, I like Noel Phillips, mate. He's cool.
At least Malta Airport's died down. This week, every man is goddamn dog. The big top heads of all heads, showcasing the head. Oh, talking of the devil. Boss man. Yeah, boss man's coming along.
Yeah, I'm in Malta, mate. Malta's nice. I like Malta. It's a cracking holiday, Malta, mate. As you say, I like Malta, yeah. Thought it was boss. Did you go to Popeye Village? Certainly did, yeah. Popeye Village, man.
It's a while, but we can walk around it in 2 days.
No, you can't. It looks small, mate, but it's fucking deceiving, you know, Imp. Malta, it's fucking deceiving when you go to Malta, you know.
Mm. It does look small on the map, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, we went to the Blue Lagoon, mate, yeah. Popeye Village, the Blue Lagoon. Where did you stay? I stayed in St. Paul's Bay. When I went, we stayed in, St. Paul's Bay it was called. Now you're asking the question, it was in the 90s. Yeah, I went there about what? Fucking hell. That's 7-8 years ago. I only went there because she went there because there was a festival on with fucking DJs and all that kind of shit. And when she come back, she said, "I'm taking you to Malta." And I was like, "Why?" She went, "Because you're gonna love it there." And I did like it, but my favourite place out of everywhere I've been, mate, is Cyprus. I absolutely adore Cyprus. I don't know why, but Cyprus has just stole my heart when I went there. We're back in a minute anyway. We're back now, Imp.
Yep, no problems. As new outlet lose, to be honest, Jack, I have not even got on a server at all. I bought the game on day one, played it on day one, and never played it since then.
St. Paul's Bay I stayed, mate, and Jack, the new hell let loose is fucking boss.
Yeah, I wish it was. I can't even get in the server. The only thing I have done on the game is play the trailer, the tutorials, and that was it. I haven't checked it since day one, so maybe I'll give it a try later after this flight. Because I had an update last night. Was it last night or today they had an update? About four point odd gigs, wasn't it? So. Made a post actually. Someone said, "Ah, blah blah, uninstall the game, you crap douche." Flip. This is what the? There you go, guys. You want to take a dump? Joy. Well, you definitely need to use the loo in that case. Hobnob biscuits, any chance, or Jaffa cake biscuits? Three one. 3-1. Everybody, take my lucky nuts.
Zone on waypoint all, I will spell it, Oscar, Mike, Alpha, Romeo, India.
This guy's loud.
Negative.
Iberia 05 Century, okay, thank you for information.
I find the iFly do have bright lights anyway, to be honest. I mean, look at those lights, they are bright.
Control 149, and you are at
149, border control,
They are bright. And yet, when I'm in the PMDG, is not bright enough. So it's complete opposite. Weirdly. It does got too much reflection. Too much glow, too much reflection. Depends on the angle you're looking at, I suppose. Oh, that looks better. $132. Oh, they are, but they don't currently work. When it comes to the beacon and the strobe lights, there isn't as such. But for the landing lights, there are. You can change them from halogen to LED. So They were made for 2020. They haven't been updated since then. I mean, they are, but keep it default. Yeah, it sucks. But the other alternative is to try and use filters. Well, not in the iFly. Well, the thing about the taxi lights, right? You look from the outside, it's nice and bright, but when you look inside in the cockpit, it looks dull, freaking dim. But yeah, there is a you can add a modification mod to make it brighter. But like I said, the one I got doesn't work with the new latest update, PMDG. So. Oh yeah. Smash into an ATC tail, you briny bright lights. Hang on, I can put the lights on for you. I mean, look how bright they are. 3, 2, 1. I mean, yeah, that's how bright they are. There'll be a Christmas tree. There you go. Boom. Oh, we clapped. They are bright.
Left heading 120 due to traffic, Ryanair 188.
LAPD.
Iberia 0573, descent at level 180.
Iberia 0573, I'm
Hey, look at this, right?
Iberia 0573, descent at level 180.
That is the lowest brightness.
180.
This is the brightness it goes. Look how bright that is. Bright as midday.
Corsica 2025, contactez Marseille, 128 décimales 850 en bas. Marseille 128 décimales 850, Corsica 25, merci à vous, au revoir.
I mean, it's a good thing they make it bright, but it's too.
Radar service 28, Unicam 122, decimate pi.
Mokip, Ryanair 188.
Devil, how do you think you're coming along with ATC anyway? You think it's getting there? I mean, all you have to do is just listen to me and not to do. We hear a lot of banter now and chatting going on in the background, but at the moment, don't need to do anything, so not calling my call sign out.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Wait, what?
Hello, mate.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Easy coming in now. Little boy's just been put to bed, so I can come in here.
Good, so you don't have to keep typing.
Yeah.
Keyboard warriors. We're flying at the moment. Can you tell? We are busy flying.
Yes. But how's things generally? How is everybody doing?
Yeah, we all good, aren't we, Dan? Dan's happy. 3 in the pocket today from Toffees. Yeah. Generally good. Yeah, I think we've got to be good in nowadays, you know. Have to think of the positives and get rid of the negatives.
Definitely important.
Yeah.
There's far too many negatives that we have to be positive.
Yeah, wait, that brings back memories, doesn't it, lad?
What's
I'll
that,
share my
mate?
screen now.
Oh yes, mate. Honestly, what an amazing experience to have as a kid. Especially how like we used to watch the film all the time. Like all the time we used to watch that film. I think that was probably one of the reasons why my mum took us there.
Popeye Village, man.
Yeah, it was ace.
Fucking class.
So
I was
cool.
at fucking adult, mate, when I went there. I was in me just turned what? 30.
I'd like to say I was probably about 10.
Oh, mate, it was boss. Boss,
Yeah, it
man.
was super cool. We stayed in St. Julian's Bay, which was it's actually the airport. The resort right on the bay. So it's like at the north side. Where's St. Paul's?
That's St. Thomas.
So if you go to the north side of the island, up, so you can see, oh, St. Julian's there. It's next to Pembroke at the top, like halfway, yeah, there you go, St. Julian's. So we stayed in the airport. God, I keep saying airport. Can you see where it says Cavaliera Hotel, Malta?
Yeah.
Right on the tip. That hotel right on the tip there, that's the one that we stayed at years ago. It's very different. It's very different now. It used to be 2 hotels. That was, I think I checked, I think it might have changed hands again, but that was like 2.5, nearly 3 grand. Because once it went to euro, it's just devastated the price over there because we were pesetas and everything when we went.
Yeah.
But when the euro got hold of Malta, it become quite expensive. I don't know if it's calmed down now, but I think last time I checked, 2.5 grand a person.
Mate, we stayed fucking up here, and there's literally fuck all. My hotel was here, mate.
Right, okay.
The Porto was euro.
Yeah.
Come out of this was the hotel. Yeah. There. That was the fucking pool in there. Walk down this fucking road. And there's just fuck all. Let's get the bus.
It is a different kind of place to most oldies that I've been on, like destination wise. Very cool though. Very nice.
Yeah, what a place, mate. What a place. What a place.
I was looking right on the edge of the let me share my screen and I'll show you what I mean, because it's easier me showing you. So yeah, so we stayed here, and weirdly, I remember standing here as a kid with my brother, and funnily enough, there's somebody's taking a picture right at the spot where I used to stand. We used to sit on here. There used to be a fence across this across this wall, like an iron barred fence, so that you couldn't fall over. We used to sit on this concrete step here and watch the fish, like swimming in the bay.
No way.
And there used to be a guy that didn't used to be there. That's like an outside barbecue area now, or grill. A guy used to. So if the hotel, if you didn't want to go in to the restaurant for your dinner, like a lunch time, a guy used to come out here with a trolley and used to make fresh sandwiches here. And I shit you not, Maltese bread is immense, or it was back then. Maltese bread was something else. I could just eat the bread roll on its own. I didn't need anything with it. It was that nice.
Mate, it's mad though, isn't it?
Yeah, and it weird memories, and every time I think Malta, I just smell the bread. I don't know what. It's the first thing that comes to my senses when anybody says Malta. I just think of the bread. Isn't that crazy?
I liked it there, mate. I thought it was boss.
Yeah, it was very nice. The boat trips and stuff were cool as well, and Gozo, and what's it called now? The Blue Lagoon. I can't remember where that is. There was is it over here? Can't remember. But wherever the Blue Lagoon is.
I think it's on that little island there, you know.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's it.
It's on that little island there, yeah.
Yeah, so you go into this bay. I think he moored up here, and we all swam in this like little bay area. But there was some caves that he took us to. I don't know if that were on this island or you could drive the boat into the caves, and there were the way that the caves were formed. They used to be little like kind of crowds to the outside, and they looked like the continents of the world, like different continents. There were one in the shape of Africa. There were one in the shape of North America.
No way.
It was awesome, yeah, and it looked exactly as like, yeah, if you look up there, you can see, and it was it were at certain points, like just at a brief moment where the boat, like, passed a certain point and you could see through these gaps in the rock, and it were in the shape of a continent. Mega. But yeah,
class.
Long time ago, though, that. It probably what these look, because you can see how it's rock, and then there's ways in, so I bet you it was here. It probably was here. But anyway, very cool.
Boss, mate. Boss. Absolutely brilliant.
Glad you enjoyed it.
I loved it, mate. I did. I would never have gone there, but as I say, my ex went to a festival there and said, I'm taking you to Malta. I said, why? And she said, you'll love it. And I did. Like, this place is proper nice.
I won't mind going back there. I've not seen the prices though. I've not checked that since like I said, the last time I had a look, it kind of put me off because I was thinking, Jesus Christ. But then again, I didn't really have a proper look around. I just looked at that particular hotel and saw the price. How much did it cost, if you don't mind me asking? How much were it per person for you when you went?
Mate, it must have been about what? I reckon me and A got there for about what, 800 quid for a week.
Is that fully? Is that all
that was flights and a hotel.
That...
Flights and hotel, mate. The hotel was shit though.
Was it?
You seen where it was? It was in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah. I don't know if it's got. I mean, it must have beaches. Yeah, there's beaches, but.
It was just right next to the fucking harbour, mate. There was fuck all. I literally had to get a taxi into the fucking town to go for the bevy. Taxi to fucking get back to the hotel. A taxi to go back to have another fucking to have your meal. A taxi to come back. It was just fucking a nightmare, mate. We were in the wrong place. The hotel, don't get me wrong, it wasn't shit. It was just basic, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was in the it was in the wrong place.
Yeah. It's weird because I don't think, I'm just looking around now to see if there's any actual beaches, and I think there's only a couple of spots where there's actual beaches. The majority of it is it's just rock. Yeah, it's very rocky. Bloody hell! Do you know when you just look at stuff and you see, like when I saw St. Julian's Bay, I immediately remembered that as being the place where he stayed. It was like in the 90s.
It's just mad the way the memories come back.
Yeah, it is. Did you hear the cannon being fired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Valletta?
In Valletta, yeah. think it was it Malta? I don't think it was Malta. Or was it? There was we did go to somewhere. I don't think it was Malta. But my mum got severe food poisoning. I don't know if it was Malta or not. I don't think it was. But yeah, mum got severe food poisoning. She was really sick. Like, it could have died. People had died, like, of this food poisoning. I'll have to find out where that was.
Wow.
I don't think it was Malta, though. Yeah, and apparently what it was, they were washing the salads with the tap water.
Oh no.
Yeah. And it put my mum off eating salads abroad for, like, God, probably a decade.
Yeah, well, it would, mate, though. It
Yeah.
would, mate.
I mean, what the fuck? Why would you do that?
Because the reason why, mate, is because in them countries, yeah, they're so used to drinking that water.
Yeah.
We're not. Our water's, like, they say, like, our water's still full of shit, but it's not as dirty as their water is.
Yeah.
Ours is, like, sanitised properly, whereas when you go abroad, they always say to you, drink bottled water, brush your teeth with bottled water, or all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Our bodies can't cope with it.
No, not at all.
They're used to it, don't mate, they're fucking drinking it all the time.
Got a question, lads. Do both of you use GSX?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Do you know with the jetways, it says here that basically the GSX is like it's designed to replace all default jetways.
Yep.
But if you've got payware or third-party airports, you need to disable the jetways. Now I assume with inner builds, if you've got an inner build one and it's got the GSX profiles, you don't need to do that. But with other third-party, like freeware mainly, I think it is that correct? That you may have to disable them on those, but not with like inner builds. Because I've seen that there's like a GSX profile that you install in the installer.
I'm honest with you, mate, I wouldn't have a clue, mate. Empty man for that kind of stuff.
Give me a second. Oh, my back.
I mean, I've checked. Oh, he's got cramp. Has he got cramp?
Yeah. Yeah. Just waiting for it to disappear. The nerve
That's what happens
pinch.
when you sit on your arse all fucking day, you lazy bastard.
No, I was leaning on my side of my numbnuts. Oh, it's disappearing now. Oh. Yo, I was not putting fake faces. Oh, I was saying, when it comes to payware airports, they come with their own jetways. So in most cases, you want to have GSX disabled for that. Executed, other words. But when it comes to default and freewares, then you still want to use GSX own ones.
Unless, like I'm going to look here and it does say that there's complications with GSX Pro with this particular airport, so it says disable them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with like the innie builds then, do I need to go into the config and remove those from the...
Yeah, there's in GSX add-on manager, just let it do its thing, just scan it all. It will detect all your payware stuff, and then you just click one button to exclude it all, and then it just puts them all into disabled mode. That's what I end up doing. So that way I don't have to go through and find which one is what.
Where do you do that? Because
it's in the add-on manager, so once you download it, install it, and then you go into the settings.
I've got the universal installer. I assume it's not in there then, or is it in there?
It's called GSX. It's actually called FSDT installer. That's what you open.
Yes.
So you open that up,
yep.
And then you will see GSX installed, yeah?
Yes.
And it will say settings or config.
Yeah.
And then you can see it from there. You can see the enabled box and you can see the disabled box.
All I've got in there is PMDG. It's got the PMDG aircraft. It ain't got anything to do with airports. And
Have you run GSX yet?
I know why. Oh no! Unless I can add an extra. I use add-on link.
Oh yeah, so it's not even reading it. Yeah, that's.
So, how do I? Right. Well, at least I know what I need to do now. Unless it will read a what do you call it? What do they call that kind of linked folder? But I assume it isn't.
No. Once it's moved over to the right, it will remember it anyway.
So hard.
So in your GSX airport services for 2024, everything on the left is enabled and everything on the right is disabled. But while you've got that open, do you see a button called exclude third party or exclude something?
No, but it does say on the left, it says jetway replacements will be provided in 2024 in a future update, or is that something separate?
Yeah, that's still the case, but you should see a button then that says exclude third party.
No, I've got a window on the right and it just says enable or disable all, and it says manage all GSX operators or livery manager.
Have you ever run GSX for the first time?
I've opened GSX multiple times, yes.
Okay, so it's working.
I've not run the game with though.
Oh.
Yet.
Okay, so it's you've got it installed. It's in the community folder, and then that's it.
Well, I don't think it goes. Does it? I don't think it goes into the community folder.
It does. It does. Yes, it does.
Does it nest itself in there like add-on?
No. So all the add-ons, the GSX itself installs into a folder called add-on link add-on manager, which is located on your C drive, and then. FSDT automatically creates a shortcut that goes into the community folder. So in your community folder, you should see GSX stuff in there.
Well, if I load up my add-on linker, then it should show that in the right-hand pane, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just as a...
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Let me have a look.
Obviously, we're saying that you should run the simulator once with GSX just to make sure it's working, and you can close it down and then exclude button will be there. Surprised you don't see that button. Surprised.
Well, let me show you what I can see. That's what I can see.
Oh, you don't see that. Oh, you're using the new. Oh, okay. That is completely different. Yeah. Yeah, you only got the aircrafts. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, what you see, I don't see. Yeah, it's not even picking up any of the airports at all. It's only have the delivery manager. Yeah, yours is completely different to mine.
I had on linker basically. I don't have anything there either. You can see.
Just go to the search bar and type in GSX. There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you have it installed. Yeah, what you see is completely different what I'm seeing. I've got airports and aircrafts, but well,
what the hell do I do there then?
Well, sounds to me they already disabled it for you, so you just have to continue as you are.
I mean, how do I know if? I mean, I know that I need to disable GSX at a particular. It won't be disabled for default stuff, but what am I trying to say here? This airport that I've installed.
Yeah.
Just using it all. I'm just I'm installing stuff just to test.
You just drag and drop in the community folder.
in the bottom there it says GSX Pro, terraforming jetways and parking spots, disable jetways for EMBO in the GSX config utility, or you will experience broken terraforming and other issues that will make the airport usable.
When is that mod out? How old is that?
5 years ago it was published, but it was updated a year ago.
Yeah, well, it would be different. Yeah. GSX has been updated many times since then. So that might not even take effect anymore.
I mean, I can try it, can't I? And see what it does.
This is what I see. And let me just post an image. That's what I see. That's before GSX made an update. But that's what I see.
Oh, right, okay.
And then you see a button called exclude third parties. One click and it disables all the third party add-ons. That's what I see. But obviously, obviously that's me running the older Universal installer. But obviously you run the newer installer, so that's why ours is different. Hence, yeah.
Have you got the livery manager then as well?
Yeah. That's the same. Yeah, that's the same. Yeah.
Why the hell? Yeah, see at the bottom it says search airplanes installed. It's nothing. It's got nothing to do with.
Unless the new version just automatically disables it all now. Maybe.
Reading the manual. The manual has the old, which is why
it
this made no sense to me.
Yeah, it's the old version.
Good old GSX.
They haven't updated the friggin' menu. What the flip?
Yes, I don't know how to manage it. I don't know how to unless there's a section for the new one, but I doubt it very much. Fucking hell. What am I supposed to do now then?
Give me a second. Let me open up my.
Isn't that crazy? That's crazy because when I click, I'm clicking the manual button here, and like you say, they've just not updated it.
Yeah, I'm still using an older version of the installer, so I can't help you with that.
Is that how you see it?
Yeah, I'm still using the old version.
Do you see it like that though on my screen?
Nope. Oh yeah, like yes, that's what I see it. Yes, like that.
So
Yeah.
it is old.
Yeah. Because I can still use the old version, but mine I still can update it by the old version. When the update comes through, it picks up. And the only time when I have to, only time for me to, get the newer version of the installer is literally has to physically download and install it again. Yeah, I'm still seeing the old one. But yeah, yours is different. Annoying, isn't it?
I mean, I had to. I don't know why, but I had to run my VPN to open this. It would not let me open it. Then I had to flush my DNS cache to let it do it without the VPN.
What the flip?
Yeah, I know. Let's fucking carry on.
What about closing it, going back to normal and try open it up? It's a believe.
I want to be able to check that things are actually working as they should be, because surely it can still allow me to disable, re-enable airports and stuff.
Unless in the new version it doesn't allow you to anymore.
It just takes them out completely. It just removes.
Yeah, but
what
I
are
don't
the
know.
GSX profiles for like the ini builds? So if I go into my ini build manager.
Yeah, it basically repositions aircrafts properly, making sure that the jetways are connected based on aircraft type. So it positions it properly, it makes sure it's accurate, the distance and this and that. What GSX profile does, it points, when you do the pushback, it positions your aircraft where it should be from going left to right. But like for example, if you don't, for example, if you've got a crappy GSX profile, right, pushing back to the nose to the left, it pushes you back at about 155 miles an hour at 50 degrees, and it points you in the wrong direction, for example.
That's all. Right, I've got
So it's the position, it's, you know.
Got you, okay.
It deals with anything. It's not just a pushback. It deals with the jetways connecting. Recent updates, you can have 3 jetways now connected to a A380. Then it's a catering. Then it's a fuel dump. Then it's a poop dump. Then it's a toiletry. And then it's a freaking caravan with its freaking donuts in it. I mean,
do you know what this is though?
Paris here, Ryanair 198, just stepping away for a few minutes, mate. Looks like I'm going to be out of your airspace, so should I go to Unicom, 122.8.
Was that? Oh,
thank you for that, buddy. BSU, Ryanair 198.
That's
call to 64.
When you launch the flight sim, that opens up automatically. It runs in the background. It's the program that makes GSX still work.
Right, I've got it.
Which is a pain in the backside when it freaking crashes.
Oh god.
But when it crashes, you have to end up going finding the shortcut and open it up again.
That makes sense then why they've put it on there as an executable.
Yeah.
By default.
Crashes. And when it crashes, you don't even know when it crashes until you're trying to open up GSX as like and able to start.
There's zero information on the new update.
Yeah. If you go into, yeah, let me get the,
I wonder if there's anything in their forums.
There you go, there's a link.
Well, that's the notes, isn't it? Is there a manual for the new
No,
version?
other than what you read.
God damn.
Yeah,
So,
and they do have a forums website as well, but to be honest, it's not very helpful. It's quiet. If you do post anything in there, you might wait 3-4 weeks. It's slow.
God.
Go to config again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely different.
I mean, it's
Shame,
just
isn't
giving,
it?
there's nothing.
I know.
And this is specifically for airplanes. Sorry.
I know, right? No
It
freaking
says it
airports.
there. So there's
Is there
nothing to
is
do
there
with
no
airports
other
in there.
settings in the new option, or it's just how it is? Very close.
Just out. That's just out.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
I mean, I shouldn't need to update it. I've just done that, but I'll do it again.
I need it's doing.
At least you know not to install this one.
Does it say anything in the patch notes? In the release notes about it?
Let me have a look. Okay, GSX Pro new. GSX messages are now shown even when the GSX toolbar panel is closed. Wing walkers now meet you on arrival, walking your wingtips into the parking and leaving once you're parked. Arrival wing walkers, so no. Boarding could report its salt now. Boarding, deboarding. GSX no longer operates airplane doors once airborne, which could have leave a door open. The menu hotkey went back to the default combination after the menu was closed by timeout or with the X icon. No, these are all things about just what happens in. With loaders state.
Yeah, it's
departure
for
enable.
GSX itself, not the installer.
Yeah, there's nothing in the patch notes. Because I assume you're running 4.0.16. Unless there's nothing...
Anyway, besides all mine is disabled anyway, all my airports are disabled. Excluded. All my third parties excluded. So maybe as default now they're all excluded.
I would like to...
Because what's happening now, especially with inner builds work in junction with GSX. So they're built in the scenery now as default. So when you and same with the aircrafts, like you notice with some of the aircrafts they got GSX intelligence, GSX interface, like the Phoenix. So when you're flying the Phoenix A320, you're going to the EFB, and it detects that you've got GSX, and it controls GSX for you. So a lot of aircrafts has it built into it to work with GSX.
Right.
So maybe that's what's happening, where GSX is like, right, let's leave it all to the third-party companies, like airport sceneries and aircraft developers, to use to have that option. So maybe they're just like, well, we don't need to have it installed anymore, so we just remove it. So.
Even Google won't tell me. When did this version release?
I've got no idea. Ages ago. Ages.
Oh, ages ago, really? How come you haven't updated?
Like I said, the old version I'm running detects if there's a new GSX update still. Even though I'm running the old installer, I still can update my GSX via it. Constant. So I don't have to download the new installer every so often.
Right, okay.
That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So what they've changed is just the installer.
Yeah.
Right, but your GSX is up to date. I've got it.
By the older installer. I don't have no reason why I need to be on the new installer, to be honest. I just kept the old one. And to be honest, I never know if there is a new one. Unless I have to download it physically. You only got one product on there. I've got all of them.
So it says if you're referring to the airport configuration customization list inside the FSDT Universal Installer or GSX config menu appearing blank, this is intentional behavior for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, where the direct airport configuration list is left empty in the installer interface. If your airports are missing from the active GSX menu in game, it is usually caused by an outdated airport cache, disabled navigation data, or path linking issue. Relink all. Enable nav data API. Ensure that the SU1012 nav data API option is turned on inside your GSX settings via the FSD. Where is that?
Is that?
I don't even see that.
Say that again. I was talking to ATC.
Oh, sorry, mate. It says, right, open the FSDT Universal Installer and ensure your simulator platform is correctly selected from the drop-down, then click Relink or Update. So it's select.
Yeah, you only got one, so it is selected, yeah. Check. Yeah.
So then it says, enable nav data API. Ensure that the SU10/12 nav data API option is turned on inside your GSX settings via the FSDT installer, so it can read simulator airport data properly. I mean, there is no setting.
No, there isn't. I mean,
I can't see anything settings other than the config. Oh, what's this?
Door page.
Site.
It isn't.
Let's have a look.
Just check if you're It's in your community. Yeah, it's in your community folder. Your community folder is in your C drive, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's
But
a
I
correct
do
path.
use
Yeah. Yeah, add-on link is fine. Even then, it should see all your airports currently in your community folder.
If the community folder link, if they are shortcuts, it will still will it pick up the shortcuts?
That's for me.
Fuck no, mate.
Because it does read it out, but yeah, so yeah, that's for me.
For you.
But the only settings is the config and that's it. But there's no airport box anymore.
It does for them though.
Does it do it for you, Dan, with the new installer? I mean, you got the new installer.
No, but it does it for you.
What does what?
It does it for you. It doesn't do it for me. It does it for you.
You got the new one then?
I don't know, but it does it for you. That's what you just said. It does it for you, but it doesn't do it for anybody else. I don't even know what you're talking about, mate. I'm just taking the piss.
No, you are. That's why I'm going. No comments. It's talking about GSX problems.
Oh, don't talk to me about GSX, mate. You know my opinion on GSX.
Yep.
I fucking hate it. Got one good use, and that's pushback. Everything else, I really don't care about. I don't care about seeing passengers get off your plane. I don't care about seeing the fuel truck coming. I don't care about any of that crap.
For your safety, please make sure all of your
It's not real life, it's just a fucking game, innit, that we're playing.
Or under the seat in front of you.
The what do you call it? It's the
Do not open the
there's a great. I mean, you didn't even need to buy it for the pushback unless the pushback's integrated into stuff that I'm not aware of. But I just use a simple tool that to pushback. I don't use.
Yeah, PMDG's got it built in.
Yeah, some planes have got it built in, haven't they?
Yeah. There's another one though on flightsim.to that I use. I'll show you.
Pushback toolbar.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what we used to use before GSX was a thing. Well, that's what we used to use. Uh, 1060.
That's me though, mate. I only update things when Empire tells me to.
Only update when there's an update, and sometimes I don't know there's an update until you open up the simulator and go, oh, flips an update. No.
I don't update any of them, you know that. Unless you say, oh, this is an update, or
yeah,
you need to update this or whatever.
Oh, you use 2020. Are you on 24 or 2020 Empire?
I'm on 2024. 2024, there it is. Right. Yeah. But you don't touch 2020 anymore.
It says GSX FSDT installer config menu is empty. This guy's like complaining that the 2024 and he's using the same one as you, and then somebody's made a comment saying they should put a note saying this window is meant to be empty if you use 2024. People keep asking the same question over and over again.
Okay, well
it says the list is meant to be empty.
Yeah, mine is empty, but my button that says exclude third party is enabled. It's always checked.
Yeah,
so on my right hand side of my FSTA installer, I can see all my airports in the disabled column. Literally.
So you use add-on linker as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm using the old version. So obviously in the new version, it's disabled anyway. It's been removed. Makes sense now. In that case, just don't worry about it. Just close it. Don't worry about it.
Right, let's boot up then and have a.
Oh, that's a beautiful orange stadium.
Orange.
Yeah, that's what I'm eating now. Orange. I'll tell you what, mate.
You got the iFly then?
Oh.
Me?
No, I know you got it, Dan.
No, I don't have the iFly now.
You might. I think you might enjoy it. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
got big screens. You don't have to wear glasses.
Yeah.
Living my same.
It's
good.
I use the same PFP 3N.
No, it's different layout. Meaning the buttons are different. Like it's got VNAV button, So on my unit, it's a descent, instead of a VNAV, it's the descent button. It works fine. Works fine.
Yeah.
It's just that you have to end up looking at your FMC in the actual aircraft to see what buttons you click to know. Like my departure and arrival button on my hardware is actually the hold button. The legs is the same. The fix is not the same. The fix is actually the N1 limit now.
Right, okay.
It works fine.
Yeah. That video out, I saw you today. You did look a bit busy.
Oh boy.
Check that video out I just sent you.
Looking at it. What the? That's not me. That's a twerp. What the hell? What the hell?
That's a Mr. T, you know. He just text me back. T-U-N-T.
Nice.
I said to Mr. T this morning. I heard them watching. He was streaming, and he was pissing himself laughing. He just texted me back. C-U-N-T.
Jesus.
You know what he's doing, don't you?
Of course I do. Taking his milk bottle.
He's milking the sheep.
Yeah.
Is he saying he'll see you next Tuesday?
I'll see if I can put it in the thing in Empire's general chat, mate. This is what I've just sent him.
Nice.
Can I do that? Can I send it in there?
Should do. Allowable to, yeah.
Oh,
unless it's a video too big.
I don't know whether I'll be.
Oh yeah, he's at work, isn't he? He's you talking about Ian?
No.
No way. Another fella called Mr. T.
Oh, you see, it's in general chat.
He hasn't posted it yet.
I don't post it
right,
yet.
okay.
I'm trying though. I don't know what to do.
I think the video.
It's one of my videos in.
Can I don't think I can send it either because the file's too big.
It's too big. It's too big.
Yep. Yeah, it's too big.
There's Ian at work though, isn't he? See him with all his buttons in there.
Crackers.
How he knows what every single one of them buttons do out yet, I fucking never know. That bit of that machine he's using there looks like you could send rockets to the moon with that.
Right, I'm going to log into this airport and I'm just going to see what's happening there then.
To be honest, you used GS6 back in P3D days, you should know how it works.
Fucking hell, you're talking
20 odd
like
years
over 10
ago.
Years. Well, because what is it? It's about 12 years ago for me. I can't remember what I did last week.
That's how old it is now.
Years.
Jesus Christ. They still can't get it right.
Hey, don't use the Lord's name in vain. Mr. Kicking.
All kicking.
It's nearly Sunday. You can't be saying that word. Nearly the Sabbath.
What's today? Today's Saturday. Be a couple of hours, be a Sunday. Madness.
Gonna be up at 9 o'clock in the morning, mate. You got fucking Holy Communion at fucking half 11. Vicar will fucking have you by the bollocks, mate. If you're not there for fucking half 9 in the morning.
Yeah, 260. 60.
Up Empire?
What's that?
Up the fucking toffees, lad.
Get in there, man. Get in there, man. Oh, how far are you to the destination?
I am roughly about 1 hour and 20 minutes away.
Roger that.
I've done 646 nautical miles. I have 656 to go. I'm basically at the halfway point.
Right, my flight's longer than yours, wasn't it? Oh yeah, it is too.
Yeah, you flew from Oslo, didn't you?
Yeah, Oslo. Yeah, it feels like it was shorter though.
What made you fly from Oslo?
ATC coverage. There's a lot of it.
Told you them. Get on vacuum now, lad.
Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna make the? You're gonna make the
He
jump?
won't make the chair. He won't make the switch, mate. I keep on trying to make. He just won't do it. I don't know why.
Go on, do it.
Just come over to vacuum now, imp. It's IVAO, man. It's good. I'm not gonna never put IVAO down. But mate, make the switch, like come over to vacuum.
Airport's in sight. Look what this airport's like.
This fella yawns like there's no tomorrow, mate. He doesn't do fuck all day.
I need to change my. I need to change the PMDG as well, so it doesn't spawn with this fucking air ladder as well. These air stairs.
Well, Ryanair does.
But I need to.
Ryanair
Say
does.
again.
Ryanair does. They use the flipping stairs of all stairs.
I think you do it in a tablet, don't you, then?
Yeah, you can. You can put it in cold and dark state, and then yeah.
It's in cold and dark state, but
But the stairs are
I
well.
don't know if I have to. I don't know if I have to do this to. It's the jet stairs. Not the jetway, sorry. It's the air stairs, whatever they are.
Well,
Not
in
one
the
that's built into the PMDG.
yeah. The one that's built into PMDG.
So when my plane, when I spawn in, the stairs that can roll to you.
Oh.
They're already.
Yeah. It's the same for me. As soon as you activate GSX, it pushes it away and then it connects to jetway automatically. It happens to me as well. Yeah, so GSX can take control of it. You just go board passengers, for example, and then it tell you if you want a jetway or a ramp, whatever. If you select jetway, then it can take control of the ground services. The stairs will then disconnect, disappears, and then the jetway connects up. But it does it to me as well in default, but I just take a notice because I let GSX do it. I thought you were talking about the stairs that comes out under the door and it slides down.
No, it's just every time the plane spawns in, it has those stairs there.
I forgot the QNH again. It's going to be 1016. Pass the packet scans.
I'll be right back.
Don't get lost. Connect to tower. There we go, Kate. Why don't we? Big scanny screen. drag. That's fine. Nordic 1840, good day. Making a final right turn bend for runway 31 and capturing very soon.
Nordic 1840, good evening Malta Tower, wind 270 degrees, 04 knots, over QNH 1016, you are clear for landing now 31.
Clear to land on runway 31, QNH 1016, Nordic 1840. Too high here for my approach button. Like the lights, camera, action. Button. There you go.
Cabin crew, seats for landing.
Stealth.
2500.
Not capturing.
Nordic 1840 Malta, do you confirm establish on the ILS with 31?
Runways in sight for 3-1, manual landing, visual, gonna do visual approach 1840.
Roger, Nordic 1840.
Capture it, at all. Didn't capture it. There we go.
Gentlemen, we are now ready for landing. Please double check
American
your
voice.
seatbelt, secured fasten, and keep your electronic devices switched off. Thank you.
A bit crooked.
20. 10. 5.
Healy. TCAS came off.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, please remain seated and keep your seatbelt fastened. Thank you for your cooperation.
So with GSX Empire,
yeah,
is it you won't use the pack stairs or anything?
I'm looking forward to the new sticker point, you know.
Good, good.
Do you watch that, Imp?
No, I haven't. But I will be.
Oh, you need to start. What you need to watch the first ones.
Yeah, I do. Nordic 1840 will be vacating onto Hotel.
It's a good program on the side. That sticker point.
Yeah.
Nordic 1840, Roger, welcome to Malta, local temperature 28 degrees, continue taxi holding point hotel runway 13.
For your safety, please keep your seatbelt fastened.
Negative, my bad, Nordic 1840, continue right on Tango.
Roger that. Right on a Tango to gate 31, did you say? 31? Nordic 1840?
Confirm, gate 31 on Tango, if you prefer I can give you apron near terminal.
I just want a donut stand, so give me a donut stand.
Absolutely, then gate 5 via Tango and Victor.
Tango Victor to 5, roger that, Nordic 1840.
Nordic 1840, Roger, report on blocks, give me 1 second and I'll take some biscuit because I'm starving.
Report on blocks, Nordic 1840. Report on blocks, 1840, roger that, and now report back when I have donuts in my cockpit. Did I say that out loud? Let's get
that's one way, that Imp, you know.
What?
Where you're going there, it's one way.
One way, not today, it isn't.
He's got taxi signs to say you can turn left and right there, though.
I planned them all.
You are taking piss out of him, aren't you?
That's why I didn't say anything.
Did you see the way it said max wingspan? It was back to front.
Yeah.
It's one way, that Imp. One way. It's one way road, that lad. 3 points in a 60-pound fine. Terrible. Terrible. Oh my god.
Can't taxi and drive, man. Da-da-da-da.
Oh wow, somebody's flying a fighter jet in the sim.
Really?
Right above me.
Well, that's 6. Oops. 6 is not shown on my map. What the hell is that about?
Nordic 1840, no further it is available. Again, welcome to Malta.
The GSX has
Choosing
like,
to fly here.
follow me taxi.
Monitor Unicorn 1 to decimal 8. Bye bye.
Do you ever use that?
Over to Unicorn 122.8, Nordic 1840. Enjoy my donuts now. Bye.
Cars.
It was a pleasure monitoring you, Empire. I'm a big fan.
Is that you said? Let me go back. I can shut her off now.
I'm saying, do you ever use the follow me cars?
Oh,
Taxis?
nah. Don't need to. I don't really see the point in using them. I mean, you can use it. It's an option, but I don't need to see. I don't see the point, to be honest, because of navigraph charts. If you've got navigraph charts in front of you, basically see where you're going anyway.
Flight attendants, disarm and cross-check cabin doors.
Because ATC tells you to do blah 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 blah, then you follow me car wouldn't do that blah 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 blah. Take you to a different situation. That makes sense, right? ESX will probably tax you different to what ATC tells you to tax you via. I don't use it. Like, fuel can go. Eddie. Off. GS6 open.
The boarding requested. Passengers bus is coming.
Yep. Hey, Captain Hotel Mike whiskey on the bottle. Yeah, this is a new scenery. What are you looking at? Sandwiches. Looking at a sandwich while eating an apple.
That's pretty mental. That GSX, you can select a printer and it'll print out your invoices.
Yeah.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Is there any settings that you recommend me changing?
Not really. I
Because
mean,
I'm flying a lot of most of the flights that I do now, the Ryanair, it's through a virtual airline with Ryanair.
Yeah.
And I've just seen in the where is it now? In the network, and it's saying trust SimBrief passenger number, and I've enabled that because I assume that.
I mean, if
probably makes sense if I'm generating them through the Ryanair one uses SimBrief to generate its OFPs.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can recommend it, if you just go through the GSX main menu settings, you can change your boarding density, deboarding, and the timings. So you can make it dense, which means it's quicker to load passengers and less time waiting around. So
right, okay.
So just go for the settings really, and just select based on what you preferred. Like you can have passengers walking on board your aircraft, sitting down, and you can see them in the entire flight.
Yeah,
and you can have that enabled or disabled.
Where is that? Because I saw somebody saying that you have to actually switch something on your overhead panel in the
Some
chime
planes,
only one.
yeah, some planes do, some planes don't. It depends on what aircraft it supports it in. If you go into your main GSX settings, it's all there. The automated staircase, mine's just yes. Automatic with precision, yes. Multiple trips, yes. Ladder stays until departure, yes. Airport walkers, yes. Progress taxi AI rerouting is enabled. But I think most of the time when people download GSX, the first thing they do is change the condense in the timings. So it doesn't take long to board things then. Instead of taking 20 minutes, it takes about 5 seconds. That's what we end up doing. Oh, and in your network, make sure you got your SimBrief ID number in, or your username in.
I've just I've put that in, and when I go back to the main menu, it's saying that it's not seeing it.
Well, it must be, it's your username, not your ID number.
Yeah, I've put my username in the SimBrief username.
And then once it connects up, and then from the main menu, click reload SimBrief. Wait a second. Oh, okay. The loaded flight plan blah blah doesn't match the one in SimBrief from blah blah. Yeah. That's because I'm on the freaking ground. That's why. It's outdated.
Yeah, the bottom of my GSX menu it says reload SimBrief.
Yep. Mine does the same. I'm on the ground already done, landed, so mine won't be green. But most of the time it does go.
It says SimBrief username is missing from settings. Cannot integrate with SimBrief.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
and then
I need to restart the. Let me restart it.
Yeah, restart it. It might be case sensitive as well. Thought of that.
I've copied it directly out of SimBrief settings, so it should be exactly as it should be.
That won't work. You might have to type it in.
Oh, 2 seconds. No, still says it. Oh, there we go, it's working. The loaded flight plan from the NBO doesn't match the one in SimBrief. That's because I haven't loaded one, but it's picking it up now. That's good. So if I was to use a jetway here, if you've got time to show me quite quickly how this works, I'd really appreciate it.
Jetway? Well, I've got no jetways at the moment.
I'm at an airport where it says that there's a jetway, I think. Is there a way to just basically connect the jetway without starting anything? Just connect the jetway?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have to be at a proper jetway gate, obviously.
Yes.
I don't think.
Screen and then you can see it.
I don't think Malta has any jetways, to be honest. Oops. That's bad.
So.
Red arrows are there. Oh, you got those kind of Jetstar. Yeah. So yes, just click use jetway, and that says yes. You want no use jetways, and then select your specific airlines.
Passengers bus is coming.
No idea.
Just use anyone.
Oh, it just disappeared. Oh my god. Okay.
There you go. Jetway's working.
Oh, look at that.
Is that payware you got? Freeway.
It is moving, but it's completely in the wrong place.
Yeah, it's not going to be perfect. You know why? Because your aircraft's not forward enough. This is where GSX Bravo comes in handy. You can position it. Request ground power. You don't need it in the PMDG because you've got it built in. I would say no. Yeah, it's working.
So, you say it's not far enough forward? I thought
Yeah.
it...
Not far enough forward. Aircraft's too back.
So is this where, like, the GSX profiles would come in?
Yep.
Right.
Is that freeware?
This is freeware.
Oh, yeah. That answers, yeah. Yeah, freeware's not going to be perfect. Yeah, the aircraft's too back further. It needs to be forward.
I thought they had to park it to the line. I suppose it is back from the line.
Even then, the line is a bit too far back in a way. The line isn't that perfect. I mean, it should be forward than that with the line, but since this is freeware, I suppose whoever made the airport just plonked it on there.
Yeah. Can you edit this then? So that next time you go here, it'll...
Oh yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. You'll be going to GSX, yeah?
Yep.
Got big now. Flip. Second ones. Gone all big for a second. Okay, so if you're going to GSX option, they can go reset position. Nope, I clicked the wrong button.
I think it's doing something. I'll watch yours.
Click the wrong button. It's resetting it. That's what.
Wow, you have a lot more loading in than me when that happens.
Okay.
So reposition aircraft. But
trying to find it. Oh, here we go. Optimize airport position. If you click on that.
Where's that? Is that in additional services?
So you go into GSX. Go to
customize airport positions.
Yeah. Click on that. It brings that up, and you can customize it. You also can go back in this plane for a second, and then go back to GSX. Reposition aircraft, and then go to.
Is that a better way of doing it rather than that one that I was in? Reposition aircraft.
Been ages since I last done this.
For Christ's sake,
yes. When I say reposition here,
no, you need to edit it. It did. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it moved it forward and I said reposition to here.
Has it moved it forward enough? Oh no, it's too much.
It may do it. Let's have a look. Because it did come back actually. So how do you do it again? Operate jetway.
Oh my god.
So go to GSX.
Do that one.
It's too far.
It is too far, yeah.
Entering editor.
There you go. Now you see my screen now.
It's close.
You see my screen now.
See.
I'm in editing mode.
Right. Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
right,
this is where you edit your aircraft position, and then you click save.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How do you get into that?
You're going to GSX. How do you exit this stupid thing again? I can't exit now. What I say. Just go to GSX, customize this parking position. Or reposition aircraft, I mean.
Will it screw it up if my jetway is already on the aircraft? Or
Well, to be honest, it looks perfect as it is.
it's not?
Okay, so reposition aircraft.
does.
Numbers 1-1. Do you have a menu come up?
Yes.
Yep, and then on
So
that
GSX
menu,
customization. Yeah.
and on that menu, you will see there's a button down below. I can't think what it's called now.
Customize vehicle location.
Yeah, that's the one.
And then customize vehicle locations 2D.
No, you don't want 2D. You want the other one.
Oh, it's giving me.
He's too clever, this kid, anyway.
I don't use this option enough now. GSX.
He's too fucking clever, you know. You're too good, him.
Exit.
It's giving me a like a legend for the keys. Will it keep that open once I move off this? It won't do, will it?
There you go. Yeah, it's gone.
A minute now.
There you go. And this is where you can customize. You need to move forward, don't you?
That's it.
The thing is, you're in the pushback editing mode. It looks like. So you need to go and find the jetway option. So to get rid of that a couple of times, I think it's 9 on the numpad. Go back a couple of times.
Oh, I don't have a numpad. That's good, isn't it?
Then your key bindings are going to be different to mine then. No.
Tell him a beetroot. Tell him.
I think my GSX has crashed.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think it's that may have caused mine to crash too.
Just a quick one, boys. This cat class me as an alcoholic. I've had 2 coffees today, and the rest of the time I've drank beer.
Say that again, mate.
Borderline and them.
Yeah?
Borderline alcoholic. I drank 2 coffees and beers all day.
Okay, GSX is pooped. It doesn't like when you're in editing mode, for God's sake.
So when that happens, how do you now reset it? Or is that a case where you have to restart the sim?
I don't know, just restart the portal. So just end task for the EXE that I just done.
Or in the task manager?
No, in the where your clock is, you've got this stupid up arrow, yeah? You see the up arrow, down arrow next to your clock in Windows.
Oh, restart. There we go.
There you go.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
They're eating the dogs, or?
Have you seen him saying that?
Yeah.
Have you seen some say that?
You need to know your you need to know your key commands, because my key command's different to yours.
I've opened up a reference thing for it. So
okay, yeah. So you will know.
The problem is I don't have a numpad, so I'm going to have to change some of these.
Oh, well, I think you need to do that first.
Yeah, where's where will that be? GSX settings, I would assume.
No, it's in the other thing, I think. Being GSX, Precision Aircraft, customize. Yes, I don't know actually where you change your key commands. Actually, that's one thing. There's another thing is that when you're in your GSX optimization page, you select the gate you're on, you can actually type in the figures yourself, like meters, max allowed wind span, and all that jazz. From there, you can customize parking system. Regards to gate, marshal, or no jetway. Because the one you clicked before is customize vehicle location. So if you want to move your aircraft forward, you don't want to customize vehicle location, don't you? You need to customize parking, so it's the first top one per gate. Oh, don't. Oh, remember is this when you edit it, yeah, doing it per gate. Not doing it for all the gates at the same time. You edit it per gate. So if you're editing gate stand 5, they're only editing for that specific gate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is weird. I mean, the door's in the right place now for the jetway.
Yep, good.
It's not perfect.
You're never
and I
going to
ain't
get it
touched
perfect.
anything. I've not done anything.
Probably unless the aircraft moves forward in slow mode. Because when you're in editing mode, it puts your aircraft in slow mode. Slow mode? Whatever you want to call it. Probably moved it an inch. It's just
Control Shift 12 is the way to get back to the menu then.
Yeah.
So if I'm in GSX settings, I have to push Control. There we go, right.
Just probably easy to go on flightsim.to and freaking download it. Download the ones that people made it on. Find one. What's the airport code again?
What, for mine?
Yeah.
For this one where I am now?
Yeah.
Is it ENBO? Let me have a look, sorry.
ENBO.
I think so, yeah. Let me just
It's on GSX.
Right, cool.
Right, they're on GSX, man. Activate servers at ENBO.
Is this for the default though, or is this for the freeware that I've downloaded?
I think flightsim.to's just crashed. Healing, everything's crashing. Okay, ENBO.
I think. Let me just find and confirm. Yeah, so Echo November Bravo Oscar. By Wombi Actual.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I sent it to you. Ooh. And it looks like default airport. It's oh. Got it.
Got you.
And it is default.
So this is for the.
Yeah, it's default.
So this is for,
it's like default.
What what you're seeing now is default on my screen.
Yes.
Well, I have an airport installed.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what you're seeing now. That is a freeware.
That isn't, did you say?
That is.
That is freeware.
Yeah,
okay,
GSX path that I've got now is also for freeware. There's it on there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I've got a freeware airport installed for this airport right now. This should be a freeware airport, not the default one.
Yeah, that is freeware.
So this link that you sent me then is for this is a GSX profile for that freeware airport that I've got installed.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I totally misunderstood what you were saying there. I thought you were meaning that this is default.
No. Looking at your screen, that isn't default. I can tell.
Right.
No, you wouldn't be like that.
So these profiles, can you do it on the fly, or do I need to restart my sim for this?
No, you just need to restart GSX, to be honest.
Okay.
So yeah, GSX runs separately, so you just need to install it and then restart the exe again, and then bang. And it says where to install it anyway. Good. Yeah, GSX run. Yeah, the GSX location is installed differently. So you don't need to shut down the sim, which is a good thing because that takes decades.
Yeah. It's weird though. It doesn't say any.
Yeah, but looking at your Discord stream, it looks exactly the same, doesn't it? Or freeway, it will work because at the end of the day, the area of the jetway or the gates are basically the same. So yep. Yeah, no problem. To be honest, you probably get used to seeing it not connected up properly in a way, because you get to the point where you spawn at a gate, jetway connect up, you will see it not connected up crappy. You will say, oh yeah, it's out of line, and you just go, yeah, who cares, just get this aircraft airborne. I know. So you get to the point where you just don't really worry about it. I mean, payware, like I said, it comes with it, so you don't have to worry about it. Default and freeware, yeah. Like I said, there is loads of GSX profiles on flightsim.to, and you can also do your own. But once you've done it once, saved it, it's done. But there's so many airports to do, and so many gates to do. You're basically just taking up so much of your time. And if you just want to do a flight, if you just want to do your flight, then most of the time you're inside your cockpit and you're not going to see where the jetway is. Like Dan and I, we see it not connecting up sometimes, and we just go off flip it and we just push back and go anyway.